that one. Maybe it does. Okay, well, regardless, we are live and streaming. Where is my chat? Chat. There's the chat. Okay, cool. So, let's see. Hey, how's it going? We're gonna do our figures, and that's pretty much it. Hopefully we are into the zone of repetition. Oh gosh, how are you doing? Hopefully I'm not getting sick. May you please share? What? Share what? Oh, the in Discord. Sure. Cool. I never end up seeing anyone in there, so. Sure. Oof, it has been a long weekend. Let's see what I can do. Putting too much time on the head immediately. Not too bad. It was alright. I don't think my weekend was particularly bad. But I had to pay rent today, so definitely feeling it. A little bit more than I would like. That's probably why. Figured I'd try something different there, but I don't quite like it. Is what it is, I guess. His waist is just too thin and his arms are just too long. I had to get a new frying pan on Saturday. That was really fun. It's been interesting figuring out how to cook with it. It's a little bit different than most pans. It's just a regular stainless steel, and I've grown up never really using stainless steel, so it's been fun. I learned how to cook an egg and make it do the slippy thing. You know, people are always like, "Oh, you can't make. It's always gonna stick to stainless steel," and it's like, no, if you know how to do it, it doesn't. So that's been fun. Welcome to the future is stainless steel. Stainless steel is old. That's the past. It's just been a big thing in the States, especially that Teflon has been a big thing, right? Non-stick pans, and then cast iron got a big rise in popularity. It's kind of um didn't get near enough. It kind of is, I guess. But like not like the fun wheel, like the very what's it called? The wheel that's like really rickety and bumpy and stuff and like really old, but like all the new wheels are supposed to be better, but they really are just not. Right? And so I'm going back to the first wheel and I'm like, damn, why the fuck are people trying to change up on this? Because if you do it right, it just works, right? Anyway, that's what I'm kind of discovering. perspective figure cooked me into oblivion. Sometimes it can be rough, for sure. Always start with your head. Maybe you should start somewhere else sometime, but I don't know. She's got a lot of hair. I like her hair. It's all wavy and loose, and I like it a lot. Big PP problems. Yep, that's exactly what this guy's thinking about. He's like, damn, why is my penis so large? Guy's got the other hand problems. He's using a gun because his PP is small. Yo, it's T-pose. T-pose time. T-pose time. Let's go. Cristo Rendeto. Cristo Rendeto. I'm saying this in the same voice as that one guy who's like, Optimus Prime, Optimus Prime. It's probably close to that. Okay, last one for the page. I'm doing it for the vine. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. It's having a dream right now. At some point, this will work again. But focused too much on the other arm, and I didn't realize I was getting out of proportion. Hey, how's it going, Ophelia? Welcome, welcome. We're doing our figures for the day. I've mainly messed up so bad with the proportions. The head is too small. Like that. Anyway. I don't know why I'm coughing so much. How is this person moving? This is about as good as I've got, I'll be honest. Relaxing and getting ready to eat. Nice. He has to pay tax. Tucking clothes figures. Yeah, that's fine. It's gonna be most of them though. This one has a ton of clothes figures. I would definitely just try to just put random ass shapes down, right? I think the clothes ones are easier because you don't have to worry about anatomy study or knowing things too well. You just have to worry about drawing things in proportion. So it really helps your observational drawing. Blah. Messed that one up pretty bad. This guy's also doing like a T-pose sort of a deal. Man, this guy has got a weird ass pose. Gesture studies have zero gesture. I mean, everything can have a gesture. Fucking kung fu trucker over here. This is funny as hell. It's like if someone told this guy, what's the kung fu pose you know? And he stood on a stool and did this shit. What in the hell? Hey, how's it going, turtle? Welcome, welcome. What a weird pose. What a strange creation of form. I know this one. Nice. So many points to the Maha Steak Challenge. Left way too far to the right. It should all happen here. Went a bit too far in that direction. That's okay though. That should happen up here. Way too much time spent on that. Cast this form in here. Right, interesting. One more on this level. Box, yes, but okay. Down into the obliques, into the gluteus. Side muscle for the thing. All right, last two, then let me take a break. Like this one's a really great example of some really good shape design through the clothes. If it will let me. Ooh, Mom, help, the Dom is calling me out. What? Alright, it's a break time. Yeah. Let's open, see if it's still here. Yes. I don't work on that many projects. Can maybe do a playthrough of what we have so far. Let's see, run basically 229. Okay. Sort of, alright. Yeah, we're finally getting back to the goats. Finally. Okay, cool. What's the name of that robot you designed? You're gonna have to be way more specific. You're gonna need to be way more specific. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Oh, Zebulon. Yeah. That's why he's got the big Z on his chest. I can't believe you would forget the Z stands for Zebulon. Clearly the most common and used word for the letter Z. Zebulon. Zebulon. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and do our second set. Something like that. I don't know how to spell it necessarily. I just know how it sounds. I just made up a word. I think it is actually a name. Alright. Figures and figures and figures and figures. Figures already. It's enough of a break. There was no time to do anything anywhere else. No one was asking or talking, and there was nothing to catch up to in chat, so yeah, there's a little 30-second break or whatever. I'm gonna try to do the colors today I told you about. Yeah. I don't remember the name of the artist, but the stuff he sent me looked really good. I think it's simpler than you think it is. Just get out of your own way and draw what you see, paint what you see. Don't try to like go above and beyond, right? The leg, the hand, if you really want to get that like glass color or whatever, I'd recommend like the legs or like the thinner parts. I don't know what the hell is at the end of this thing, but whatever. That's a bit much. Alrighty, this one says to the person that's 0% color. I'm not even talking about color theory. I am talking about if you're trying to color match, right? Which is the only thing that I've taught you so far. Because I don't know a ton about color theory. All I've taught you is like color matching. Color theory comes in when you're actually like trying to create the color palettes, not when you're trying to copy someone else's style. What you are trying to do is called color matching, and it has nothing to do with color theory. It's all about looking at a color, looking at the color you're trying to match, and trying to find out what makes them different. That has nothing to do with color theory. It's like looking at two shapes and deciding which one is bigger, right? See how when it comes to color? You're just forgetting the thing that I just taught you. I guess it wasn't just hockey, but still. some point my mouse will work again. I like that pose. That pose is a lot of fun. Are we almost halfway done? Almost halfway done. Well, almost 2/4. 3/4 of the way done? Please be patient. My brain is smooth and glossy. Here it comes. Owie. Well, that took up most of the space, huh? They did the thing! They did the thing! Bit too much, I think. Focus on the muscle groups. I did this one. And then this one, yeah. Ah. pain in my ass pose. Hey, how's it going, Cards? I believe. How are you doing? Whew. Doing our figures. And then we're gonna go work on some animation stuff. Monster Hunter, let's go! Okay, village start. Blessed start. Always gotta be a gun. Gun time. What in the fuck is this? BDSM ass mermaid. What the fuck? I don't know if I did this one yet. Nothing sucks, nothing will do the thing. What's the thing? What is the thing? You know, the thing. The thing you all think that should be done. You all know the thing, right? Someone should go ahead and just do the thing already. It's the thing. You know, it's the thing. I mean, it's too small. That's what happened. Same question, why does shrinking a drawing down make it look even better? Because the resolution of it looks crisper. Basically, all of the details that were implied suddenly become real, more or less. Very dumb question. Very good question. It's not something that really comes intuitively to a lot of things, a lot of thoughts. Ooh, death. be the last 3. It is last 3. Home stretch. That's generally why comic book artists and like painters and digital painters work at a higher resolution than they export. I was able to do the thing. I guess not giving up pays off. Yeah, of course. All about not giving up. With things like skills, you can 100% always improve. Just time, patience, and a little bit of stubbornness. Oh, there you go. Hey. To end it. With a Shaolin monk getting his ass handed to him by another Shaolin monk. Yep, good old stubborn defiance. Alright, that is our figures done. I am at 60 hours. Nice. 60 hours of figures done. Let me check my phone really quick. Oh, that's pretty good. Alright, let's see. Alright. Feeling good about my figures? Yeah, I like them. I like them alright. I think the one I like the most is on this page. I think it might be on the last page. This one's pretty good. I like that one. This chair one is pretty good too. This one down here with the muscles. It's very nice. It's a good distortion of the muscles. I enjoy that. Alright, let's put all of these together. Alright, cool. Just chilling in voice chat all by himself. Well, that's when that's where the figures were, but they're no longer there anymore. Uh-oh. Okay, that just crashed my Clip Studio Paints. Hopefully. Yep, alright, it definitely saved it. I'm sure that's fine. Anyway, let's export this. Why would that be a 2? I would like to put this in there as the number 1. Okay? Oh my god. %100%, please. Oh boy. Desperate need of a sprungy art style tutorial. I don't really have an art style. Let's see. Alright.
and night. What? I toss and turn, I keep stressing my mind. What? I look for peace, but
Okay. Trying to find out exactly where I'm at. As far as like frames go and everything. Day and night. What? See, I'm at this one. Well, drawing sucks so bad. It is what it is. Mm-hmm. Definitely. My dog gonna get upset if I'm. No, he's fine. Oh, what was that? Let's get to drawing. Sure. Can I ask some art questions in 30 minutes? Sure. Why in 30 minutes? Don't want to throw you off after you just came back in your flow. I literally have not gotten into my workflow. You're welcome to ask whenever. Let's turn off onions. Uh, you've been doing it since like Sorgas. Yeah, I know. Technically, I've only been doing it like I maybe gave it like 2 weeks max, right? Mostly off. To CSP questions, how do you do the double screen thing where you have two drawings up at the same time, detail and zooming? What pen pressure setting do you have on? Taking your tips into account, I noticed that I need to press down a lot on my tablet for it to work. So that's a tablet setting. And I wouldn't know how to tell you. You just have to go into your tablet settings and do like pressure. So for example, for me, if I open up my XP pen thing, I go to my tablet. You can go to pen settings, right? And then there's pressure for that. My recommendation is that you find something that, oh jeez, how do I show this to you guys? Nope, that's not the one I want to do. This is what my pen tablet looks like. My pressure sensor. So I'm pushing as hard as I can, and that's it, right? Pushing as light as I can, and it gets me this much. So maybe I want to bring this down a little bit, right? Right? You want to find this balance of where is a good range for you. Right? If you're someone who has a very light touch, like I do, you might want to bring this more this way, right? That way you can you don't have to press super hard. That makes sense? Those kinds of practices work great. I don't know what these buttons do. This is for my X3 Pro. And if I bring out my X3 Slim, it has slightly different settings that I can change. If I push really hard for some reason, it does the opposite. It doesn't want to work. That's weird. That is weird, huh? What a reason, the more pressure I put on with this Slim, the harder it is. Incredible amount of pressure and it just doesn't want to work. I don't know, I never use this one anyway. I use the other one. If you're using a Wacom tablet, Wacom has a settings also, does the exact same thing. I just prefer the chunkier thing in my hands. I'd say make it feel good here in this area, and then everything else adjust slightly there, right? But yeah, that should work fine. I guess. I don't know. Alright, that's enough of that. The first one though, when you're asking to do whatever, I can do you go up here to the top of Clip Studio Paint, you go to View, I think, or Window. Window. You go to Canvas, and you do New Window, and it just duplicates it, right? And so now I can have this here, just pull it off to the side. So this is the max screen drawing. I'll bring it to the side here or something. And then I'll be working on it over here on this side. And what it's going to do is it's going to reflect it exactly. So even if I have this rotated, zoomed way in, working on details, you can still see on the left. Uh-huh. Think my onion skin settings. Delay is bugging me, but I can't complain. Thank you. Is there a delay? Oh, no. It records every action after it happens. Hey, HT Gamer Girl, how's it going? Uh-oh. There's a lot of spam highs. Not sure if HT Gamer Girl is really showing up anymore. They kind of just pop in, put a bunch of eyes in there. There might be some metric that I'm not aware of that they're trying to hit. So, you know, grain of salt and all that. Because they did this Friday, I think, also, and then they just kind of went nonverbal the whole time. Like, I don't know, they never responded to anything. So this way I can see a little bit more of what's happening. Question 3, 4. When it comes to poses, I want them standing on a believable surface, as they'll often just end up floating in midair. Is there a tip for fixing this? When it comes to gesture, what is the balance between warping a reference, it's too stiff, and is there a bad way to exaggerate or reinterpret action? For figures, I think it depends on what you're trying to go for. Right. If I'm trying to make a character, they are clearly standing on the ground, then you kind of want to start with the like where the foot are going to be, right? So you don't necessarily have to start with the character on the ground or something, right? Like with the feet, but it can sometimes help if you are lacking the understanding for that in the first place. for just your, or do you just do this on your mind? Wait, what do you mean? Reinterpret the action? Is that, which one's the one for do it all in my mind? Talking about finding the platform for a gesture drawing. I don't worry about the platform pretty much at all. I just doodle and draw. If it works, it works. I'm not letting that get in the way of what I'm thinking about. Hmm? It's kind of rough to explain, right? Because I'm not really trying to go for some sort of like idealized version of the gesture. I know there's a lot of artists out there. Like, what's his name? Tyler from Brush Sauce will definitely say you want to pick the most visually attractive like thing, right? You want to be doing something that is giving a lot of like visual interest. And I found that yeah, that's true. But the flip side of that is there's kind of like this valley where it like looks really stiff, right? But if you really push through with like anatomy and like form and volume, you're going to get to the other end of the stylization valley where if you're trying to just like copy but just using simple forms, it's going to look stiff. But then if you bump it up and keep going, you get over this stylization, you get to this like anatomically correct, and these quote unquote stiff poses start to look dynamic again because you're doing a good job of showing overlap. You're doing a good job of showing form, of anatomy, of direction, of perspective. So it's whatever you want to do, right? It's whatever you want to focus on. I always recommend and am in favor of if you are doing a study, try your best to draw what you're drawing, like what you can see, right? Don't try and, what's it called? Don't try and improve upon the design when you don't really understand the design yet. And then once you're like to the point where you're like, man, this is easy sauce. I love all doing all this stuff, but I want to focus more on making my characters more dynamic, right? Or getting like a real punched up versions and stylization. Then when you're doing the figures, you can think about like, how could I transform this pose, give the same information, but make it feel more dynamic. Because if you don't understand the anatomy or the base or anything yet, you are not going to be able to make the correct decisions, I guess, because you don't understand why it works to begin with. So you're going to be doing some like crazy anatomy pushing to get the perspective on something, and it's like, yeah, the shape language is good, but it's just so unbelievably stylized that it's not going to have as much appeal as if you understood why the anatomy looked really good and then you stylized it. It's kind of what I'm getting at, I guess. But that's a personal preference. You can do whatever it is that you like, especially for studies. I say whatever your goal is, do your studies the way that your goal is, right? If you want to get to the end of it and be like a really good cartoonist, use the time you have for figure drawing to work on like your cartoony stylized whatever form that you have. That's the recommendation that I have. Let me check my Discord really quick. Exactly. Practice how you play. What's funny, says my uncle. No, I don't think that's healthy. I don't think you should do that. Seriously though, it at least gives me direction and shows where to channel my efforts. Exactly, right? If you are lost, if you have no real goal other than you just want to improve and you want to whatever. I'm dead. If you have no goal other than you want to improve, like mechanically, draw what you see, right? Because you're already going to not draw what you see because you're not perfect yet. You're doing something else. So if you want to improve, right, practice on getting that accuracy down. Because really, ultimately, it is just muscle memory. Because once you can draw exactly what you're telling your brain to draw, you can draw anything. I still don't really like this hand. Oh, sounds like you're going through it. I don't know what it is. It's just like some saliva got caught in my throat. Hmm? I don't like this hand. Flat. This pinky's really rough for me for some reason. General art question. Do you believe the use it or lose it art principle when it comes to art? Wait, what? What do you mean by that? What is the use it or lose it principle? I've never heard of that. Yo, nice. I really like it. It's a very good cock ring. Doing a thing, your skill, therefore deteriorate. Kind of, not as much. Cause like We just do a little dance as they go through. It's amazing. The penis zone? What? Nice. Say cat anatomy. If you don't use it, you kind of just lose the skill. I feel it's more of like workout gains, right? So let me explain to you how workout gains work, right? If you work out a lot to the point where you actually do increase muscle mass, right? The gains that you have, right? You don't just break down all of the muscle. Those muscles get weaker. So if you work out, you get muscles and then you're strong. And then you don't work out for like 3 months. You will find that in like half the time or a reduced time of practice or working out, you will get back up to where you were before you stopped. And that's because the muscle doesn't like disappear. It is at reduced capabilities, right? So let's say you do cat anatomies and then you don't do cat anatomy for a very, 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 very long time. You can probably get something that still resembles a cat, but it would be best that if in your warm-ups for the next couple of weeks, you drew cats either through figures or through like reference drawings, and very quickly you will get back all of the anatomy knowledge that you knew and all the muscle memory you had. That's why it's important to keep the muscles working. That's why warm-ups are also pretty important when drawing, because they make sure that if I want to draw from this ear to this ear, I can draw a straight line, right? So I know if I want to draw an oval that's the same distance, because I have practiced and worked out my muscle memory, I can kind of just do that, right? So if I want to draw a cat, I can think of, all right, there is a head, there's a main torso, right? And then there's like usually a back half. And then from here, we're going to have 4 arms. And this is, I haven't done any cat studies in forever, right? I just kind of know in general what a cat shape looks like. And there's stuff that I'm remembering from the last time I drew cats, and there's stuff that I'm kind of just making up based on my idea of what a cat looks like. So perhaps maybe I should have drawn them a little bit. Oops. And so this isn't perfect, but it's generally cat shaped, right? And if I had made them maybe less pudgy or whatever, or maybe if I had taken this section Oops, what'd I do? This section right here. Put it up here. Maybe now this looks more cat-like. Right? But it depends to how heavily you understood the anatomy to begin with and how much of the anatomy you remember. Asking a question this time. Yeah, ow. Okay, let's see. Where exactly?
I toss and turn, I keep stressing my mind. I love the peace, but see, I don't.
Should be the B sounds. What does the B sound like? Not to get political, but these are some really nice boobas on these goat girls, right? They got some really nice tits. What does the B sound like? B. Need that mouth cheek somewhere. Nation mouth sheet. Where is the ba? Ba? I guess it would be like open. But see. Let me look back up a thing. But but see. Yeah, I guess it would just be like an open mouth. And have teeth on it? No, it just has them. We can adjust what it looks like in a bit here. Not too, but done with what? Did you finish the hair sweeping? This sounds like Ark Survival Evolved, but I know it's Final Fantasy. I know that it's Final Fantasy. Cold City was horrible, ironic. I decided to try one again today. I thought you did a great job. Let me see. Thanks. I mean, a lot of classic comics, and I really admire this vintage, almost classical approach comics use. Rendering hair. I've tried a few times, the results are less than desirable. Okay, cool. So I think what's happening is you're kind of... I think your brush is one too small. So if I was to give an example, let's say, make a new, make a new layer here, another new layer. Let's say here, the underlying color is blue, right? We're looking at like forms for a curly hair. So I want you to look at each of these like bumps. And I want you to imagine each of these bumps is like where curls happen, right? They're all cylinders. That's how I want you to imagine those. Oops. Cool. So each of those bumps is going to be a curl. So those are each cylinders. Oops, no, that's the wrong thing that I wanted to do. I just want to go to this one and clip it. So now if I take my brush and I erase, right? What I'm doing is I'm going to be revealing some of the highlights of this light coming through, right? So I'm moving in like the form of a cylinder, right? Very harshly all the way around. And we're gonna have like smaller hairs that come through, but first of all, we want to get these big forms and big shapes, right? Maybe there's a cylinder shape here, and there's maybe some cylinder shapes here, right? Anything that's kind of like facing the light. We're erasing out the black because it's just one of the many ways to do it, right? That makes it a little bit easier to understand. The only thing you're really doing is you're playing back and forth with the two colors that are going to be the highlight and the main color. You're going to want to be pulling around the shape. Remember, you're thinking of this as like a cylinders or like these like clumps where the hair is coming through. And while you're trying to like maintain the parts that are the most highlighted, right, you're also going to have bounce lights, reflections. We're just setting in the main clumps. These are the sections that are going to be like the form defining, right? This is with a larger pen, right? I'm using a larger brush and I'm setting up all these forms and stuff. Maybe I don't like that one as much. Maybe want to set up the curls coming up this way, right? You're kind of thinking of like, okay, the hair is going this way and then it's going over and it's going over like that, right? Cool. So now you've got your main forms, so to speak. Your individual locks, have you? Then you're gonna take your brush, make it real small, or at least a little bit smaller. Yes, functionally yes. And now you're going to just kind of like, wherever you can see some reflected forms or some small lines or stuff, you can kind of just follow the shape around. right? Bounce lines. Because we have this like these directions, these flows that are being given to us already, these like curls and shapes are going to define, these smaller lines are going to define a little bit more of like form. I am not the best at this, I'll be honest. I should probably do like a more specific shape study with it, but the general gist is pretty much the same. So we try and we go in here and we just give some forms and shapes in the general direction of where the hair is going. We want to avoid like mismatchy patterns, all that stuff, right? We want to, whenever we're putting down lines, we want to go in the direction that we can see, like see the form. Maybe it goes all the way to the edge here. And these spots where the darkness is coming through, that's going to be like a core shadow sort of a shape. So you have your bounce lights down here, have your reflected light up here, and then you have your core shadows somewhere in the middle. So wherever the curls are going to start to bend away from the plates. So that's the general idea. Did Prez do this in pen and ink? So generally what they'll do is that they'll just do the big shape, I believe. Because the way I've seen, what's it called? The way I've seen manga artists do this, right, is they'll have like characters form. It's a bit too far away from that. And then they will kind of just draw the outline of where the hair needs to be. And then they'll just draw with the black, thinking of the space in the background as the highlights. And they'll just think about, okay, that's where a highlight's going to be. So we're going to just scrape around it. So we get a shape that we kind of like, right? Cool. And they're not being too heavy-handed about like, oh, this is going to be specifically where the highlight is, or this is going to be specifically where the thing. They're just kind of like feeling out the shapes and the forms with like the negative. They're like, okay, well maybe I'm just gonna have like a swirl here. Right? And then you kind of repeat this ad nauseum for every individual bit, right? Like, okay, around the ear, obviously there's going to be a lot more darkness because we want to make the shape pop. Come in with swirls or something, right? And like, okay, we need to come back in and have more of a form. The end result is more or less the same. Okay, around here. You're pulling in the same direction as the direction that the hair is flowing, right? Get a couple more swirls in here. The swirls are kind of more or less going in the same direction. Again, we want there to be darkness around this ear so it's easier to see. And similar next to the neck so it's easier to see. Maybe there would be a little bit more. They're just kind of filling out in the area. Same thing on the other side. I'm sure like an inker is way more proficient in this than I am. but you know, general gist of it. Same thing with almost the machine background stuff. When we talked about how to get it look like a machine in the background in these dark spots, kind of just drawing in the negative, and you're like, okay, I need more of this here. Instead of erasing to reveal the highlights, we instead construct and wrap around the volumes and create the highlight from the negative space. Basically, yeah, exactly. And so they can come back down here and be like, okay, this is going to be another curl base or something. And they're just kind of going layer by layer, right? They're not doing the entire thing at the same time. They probably did the hair last, and they just had it kind of work around everything else that needed to be worked around. It's like a texture filler, right? And then on a layer below it, or basically like the ink would, the blue ink, right, for example, would come in and they just go like that. And then all the extra space becomes the highlights. And they do blue for black hair a lot. It just tends to be the thing that works. They might do like a test and they're like, okay, well, we need more darkness here and here and here. Or, and then they do, okay, her skin, I think is like, wait, it's way more rosy. Like this. They're like, okay, cool. That looks fine. And they move on. So that is the idea behind that. You want to just kind of build it up layer after layer. Mm-hmm. I've been growing wild. Mm. My dog is obsessed with the sounds coming from the outside. He believes that they are going to rob the home. Going to be a classic Newgrounds animation. I don't know about that. I don't even know if I'll put it on Newgrounds. I guess I probably should, right? Hmm. Well, I'll have to see if they let me. This is technically for someone. The eye separation is insane. I don't really like the way that the head is forming. I don't mind the body, but definitely the head, something is up. Art station description, a relatively high level animation composed over just a week of drawing. This is not a week of drawing. This has like been months, and I'm only done with like maybe the second character out of the 5 total. This needs to be a little bit thicker. Working on this since before I followed. I know, but I always get distracted by other things. At first it was Art Fight, and then it was the comic, and then it was the 24-hour stream. Mm-hmm. SE tweening for this? Others are already sort of tweening on this. Whenever they move their hands, there's like there is a, what's it called? Keyframes are enabled. So if you look at this character, see how they have like their hands moving slightly as they do stuff? It's because they're like tweened. Possessed soul of turtle. That's what it is. I don't like the eyes. Wait, let's turn off tweening because that takes a lot of processing power. It's going to be my EP time in the coming weeks. It really is. We'll see. We'll see if I have a good discussion with the editor from Dynamite Comics, and maybe I get a job or something that pays rent, right? Because if, as much as I like the idea of working for someplace that, you know, pays rent. Here almost a whole month earlier. As much as I like the idea of working for comic books and stuff, like if it doesn't pay rent, I can't do it. If it doesn't pay rent, I just can't do it. Bum, 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 bum. So if they're like, oh, it's an unpaid internship, and it's like, okay, it's an unpaid me leaving. What the fuck do you mean? Okay, so there's the but see. I really wish it didn't have to be this way. A lot of beginners in the industry have to live off their spouse/parents. If that's the case, I don't know if I should even really be applying. Like, you're not really painting a great picture. How many more frames do we have here? It's just tough because I have faith that things have changed in the last 5 years. Oh, they absolutely have not. Let's cope for in peace, my. I mean, here's what's gonna happen, right? I'm gonna get a message from them. They're gonna say, we're looking for people who are looking to make their own comic book. We don't really have the funds necessary to hire a assistant for any of our books at the moment. If they like my stuff, they're gonna say, although we could offer you an internship for X amount of time, usually they're only available to students, blah, 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 blah. And that's pretty much just gonna be it. And I'm gonna say, oh, I appreciate the consideration. Unfortunately, I have financial needs that are outside of the scope of the this company to manage or take care of. Thank you for your time, blah 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 blah. And then we just never talk to them again. I could probably take the hips and then just kind of like move them slightly to the left here. Let's do that. But we're gonna get the rest of this in first. Supply DC Marvel, not sure why I forgot. I'll probably apply to them after Dynamite, right? So that's probably what's gonna happen is I'm gonna message Dynamite and then I'll message Image and then I'll message Marvel and then I'll message DC. And when none of them do anything, I'll turn to some of the agencies that my aunt had recommended to me. And when none of those work, I'll go to McDonald's. Maho gets his steak. It is going to be cooked. I am not going to give him a raw steak. It is not going to have salt or garlic because that's bad for the dog. It's going to be sliced up into pieces that are going to be good for him. No, I'm just gonna have it cooked and ready to go for this team. Mm-hmm. I appreciate you guys. I am just saying, as someone perhaps a bit more wise to the world, that what's going to happen is I'm not going to get a job. I forget. I did forget to draw them. think it's beginning to rain. Yep, looks like rain. Hope is all we have. Yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, right? I'm probably going to stream more if I'm working at McDonald's than if I'm working at a full-time employment somewhere else. But we'll see. If you're drawing a comic, wouldn't you stream it? No. So here's the deal, right? If I'm drawing a comic under Dynamite Studios, that's probably going to be under an NDA, which means I can't stream what I'm doing because it would be quote unquote spoiler or like, it's NDA because people would just go watch my streams to find out what's going to happen in the story instead of actually buying the book, right? Can't even share sketches. I think the problem here is that this would come down to here, Ross. And so my finger is too large. That's the wrong lasso tool. Next thing is that these are too big. Yeah, it's just people aren't really showing up enough for it, so. I would rather spend the time drawing, me personally speaking, than like doing a community event that no one's going to show up for. I understand. I tried to make it easier to know what to draw by adding themes and stuff, but then people still didn't show up. So, if there's a large community at some point and then people want it again, we'll do it. But it's just one of those things that growing too fast, too quickly, right? No, you're fine. Maybe we'll do that on a Saturday or something. think I should just erase the hand and try again. Because we're going to have to pair it with like a difference in the movement and stuff, so it's fine. I'm not too worried about it. Uh-huh. No worries about racing, trying again. Goodness gracious. Alright, let's do a little rearrangement of the hip situation. I want it a slight jitter. So left and down a little bit. And the same thing with the torso. Want to rotate it slightly this way. Right and down. And take the shoulders. Rotate them down. I'm going to rotate this one out. Just slightly. So we got a little bit of counter motion going on. I undid undo yesterday while drawing actually helped a lot. Felt like it helped. Huh. It all depends. I would definitely recommend trying to salvage what you can, but try not to have any like qualms about just undoing something or erasing it. Man, I'm so sleepy, even though I slept almost 12 hours. Let's take a small break. Let's hit Control S. And gonna do just a little bit strawberry watermelon agua frescos. Nice. Hey, yep, we're working on them. I don't know if I'm gonna finish them, but I'm also taking a little break to do some figure drawing. Break is just no, I'm doing some, sorry, not figure drawing, monster hunting. Moo boob. I'm doing, yeah, on my phone. The Monster Hunter now game. Song game. Works for me. They just added the hunting hunter. Oh, goodness gracious. Just a little bit ago, so. Just wondering they would have put the Naruto on here. I guess the Naruto hasn't come out yet. It's on the cover, so I assume it's coming out soon. But it's not out yet. It's not. It's kind of. It's not really. It's, so Monster Hunter is already kind of a gacha game, right? Yeah, it's more like Pokemon Go than a gacha game, but kind of. It's just. I don't know how to describe it. It's definitely not as interesting as the main game. Not as interesting as the main game. Insect Glaive, there's no point in playing the game really. That's the exact same way I felt about it until the Hunting Horn released. So I had a whole bunch of stock. I knew they were eventually going to release the hunting horn. So I just did a whole bunch of hunts and stockpiled a whole bunch of materials. And when the hunting horn came out, I built all the hunting horns. I can't believe my ass still doesn't have enough to build the fucking... I don't have enough parts for it. I'm gonna lose my mind. Now, here's the question. Do I keep Sprung's fight Omega with me on Wilds? Yeah. I still need to catch up on some stuff. Like I want so they said the winter update is when they're gonna fix a lot of the performance problems. So that's when I want to stream it, but I'd love to stream it now. I definitely would love to stream it now. Hit on 30 FPS and to not expect games to run. I mean, that's kind of the wrong way to go about it, and they're trying to fix it. I don't know. It doesn't have a major shift in expression, does it? No, not really. It probably collapsed, probably fell asleep. Also, their laptop has been having difficulties, so no, they do not have the ability to buy it. Or play it, unfortunately. Oh, that's why this feels weird. Probably not, unfortunately. What does the C look like? have the game, unfortunately. I think the reference to the credit card is one click away is talking about how a gacha game works. Less about buying Monster Hunter. Zoned out what game? Monster Hunter. If you can run it. Rung, do you think we will get a raid hunt like in World? With like multiple groups of people? Like in Kulba Tarath? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. I can't remember if people like them. I liked it, so I hope they do it again. But I don't think they will. Is it really 20 bucks? No shot. No shot. I'm opening Steam right now to take a look. I know they just released a Fender collaboration. That was cool. No, it's like 70 bucks still. What do you mean? What the hell? Oh, this is the Laggy Cruise update. That's pretty cool. Buying the game straight from Steam. I don't know if there's another way to do it. That's just kind of where I got it from. What the hell am I doing with this mouth? Refund and buy from a key site. Like I'm an idiot. Refund safety net. Let me give Maho a treat. I know, baby boy. Here you go. Can I do an English accent? No, I probably can't. I can do an insulting British accent, which is like just exactly what people think a posh person sounds like. Maybe? But they're a bit high. Right then. No, I don't know. I don't know what I'm fucking. I don't have anything. You spend too much on games when they could be cheap. Something like that. Can you do an English accent? Well, the answer is no, I can't. That one slipped into Scottish for some reason. Cockney 100 years ago. I went for whatever the hell came to my mind first. You're applying a lot of thought to what I picked. And the answer is I kind of just did something. I think it's a quite nice accent though. I like Cockney. Right then. What's all this? I've been listening to a lot of Gary's Economics recently. So the most British accent I've been hearing is more like a East London sort of sound. Did you get another? I think I see another redeemed give the baby a treat, but I'm not sure. Oh, there he comes. Look at him go. It's $5 on that website. Might go broke. Oh my god. Do not go broke. Problem for turtle. Ah, they're an adult. They'll figure it out, probably. Do not eat plastic straws. They do not have the best interests at heart. There we go. We balanced it out. I don't know if necessarily that's going to be the best. Neck is too long. What in the hell? Alright, definitely went a bit too hard on removing the jaw. Um, doesn't taste good. Kind of a bad habit. Like buying a 3D printer that prints plastic. Yeah, perhaps maybe not the best. Neck is still too long. I have a question. Sure. But I have delivered the question to you. Okay. Plastic spoons. 3 of those. Hey, that's a bit much. This is not the question. Would the front leg crease or would it be smooth? I think it would be smooth. I think it would be smooth. I would look up reference. Cause the pelvis area is here, right? And you're trying to draw this section here. And we have the box for the vagina is more or less here. And you have the internal muscles to the leg connect here. The top muscles connect there. And then we have the gluteus connecting to the back there. So it should be smooth in my understanding. That is my, if you have somebody with a really big thigh gap, that's my understanding. Tropical Monster Girls. I don't think that is. Are they guaranteed to work? What? All right. Spoons worth of plastic in our brains. I don't think that's true. I really don't. I don't think that is verifiable or a fact. I thought I'm eating trash. Wait, what? It is true, Spring. I get you the paper on it. Well, that's upsetting. Ah. Only good things? What do you mean? No, don't eat spoons. I don't really. No! It doesn't do that. Don't do that. Don't eat spoons. Don't eat plastic. Self-taught chiropractor. I don't like the chiropractors, man. They're out there just like smashing people's backs up. We just realign the atoms in the spine's maximum tension relief and comfort, whatever moving excellently. It's kind of anyway. Wah wah. Ah, I'm so sleepy. Why am I so sleepy? Probably because the sleep I got was ass. I got ass sleep. Quick spiky, wait, what's going on? Glue sticks are a softer plastic. I don't think those are plastic, really. Um, they are not useful and eatable. They are barely useful, I'll be honest. Right? It goes by fast, especially when it's like something you want to get done and it's just like, sorry, that took all day. Like, what the hell, man? Feels like this side is a bit too much. There's no chin, like it's just really flat for a very long time. Nice. Tell me, don't worry. I'm worrying. What could it possibly be? Body reference. Oh, my curtain. Wait, what? What? No clothes. The Northern Nights. Oh, did you guys? Are you guys getting Northern Nights soon? That'd be pretty cool. What the hell am I doing? Man, I don't like this map. I don't like this frame. I don't like this frame, Sam I am. I do not like it. Hey, how's it going? We don't need no water, let the motherfucker burn. Something like that. It's from the steamed hams. Oh, the Seymour thing. Right, right. It's the Northern Light. Oh, I remember. Okay, 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 okay. Play the full animation for a second? Sure. Probably. Ugh. That frame's gonna have to get remade. We're getting close. And by that I mean I think I'm pretty close to finishing up last one. Ah. It's like 3 more frames. The thrusting is still good. I think I just did more figure studies since I'd warmed up better. Those are all just, these are all sketches, and I gotta put the clues on them still. So. Okay, we gotta draw the hands. That's a lot of albums. It's the day and night memes where it's like day and night. What? Lonely stoners. Na, na, na. I could just play the music. Let's see. We're doing this one. That's the wrong button. Oh, it won't let me play YouTube. Why won't it let me play YouTube? Oh, it just... Awesome. Okay, we're doing this, but...
Day and night. I toss and turn, I keep stressing my mind. I look for peace, but see, I don't attain.
And I think that's pretty much the last frame right there. Everything else is like reused frames. So
I try to run, but see, I'm not that fast. I think I'm first, but surely finish last. Cause day and night.
So the second character has a lot of the same frames as the first one. So I can just like not reuse the frames, but I can definitely just like reuse the undersketch. And then the one on the far right doesn't have nearly as many frames in its entire thing. Oh my god. What is this? So yeah. You are the 123,456,789,101,112th year line. It's a long and noble bloodline. I think that's more than people that have been alive in the world. But I think, what's it called? That's the last frame that's unique. Although I'm not even sure if it is unique, because I think previously we see that same thing in the clap of here. No, it's slightly different. So it's a slightly different one. So the last frame set that we're going to have to work on. So we have the but C, and then we have this clap section here. And clap, and then back to neutral, I think. Does it go back to neutral? No, it doesn't. It just goes to the but C frame. And it repeats but C. So that'll be more of like a breakdown thing, right? I should learn how to use an animation sheet, but I am dumb, and so I don't do that. Upscaled interpretation of the meme. I have done a interpretation of the meme. I don't know if I would say upscaled, but it's been a lot of fun and a good journey as far as like learning things. I even read it to a video of a Russian soldier trying to commit what? Right? It is. It's there's a person on a Discord that I share that has these characters and they put them out and I'm like, you know what? These characters are a lot of fun. So it was like, you know what? There's gonna be a whole lot of effort on the front half of doing all this, and then on the back half, it's gonna be like really coasting down, right? So the hope is that it will be more of a coast on the way back down. That is the hope, at least. I think I'm gonna have just about enough time. Kind of effort from this. Maybe maybe we'll do Robbie doing some stuff, right? The one that I posted, what was that one animation? The I need your attention in this frame. What's that song? I posted it to the group chat Discord. That was excellent. Here's the animation. I really like it. Here it is. This one.
More attention in this dimension of the plane.
So that one was, that's really cool. And I'm like, you know, maybe I'll do something with Robbie for that. That'd be fun to do, like, maybe not the exact same song, but kind of like do the fucking, what's it called? Robbie and the Robots do like a Jabberjaws opening sequence or something. I don't know. Okay, focus, focus, focus. I didn't take my medicine today, so. Maybe, big maybe. It'd be another animation project. So we'll see how it goes. I need your attention in this rare dimension of the brain. I make no promises other than there may be much regret. Play Monster Hunter, but the shaders take 15 minutes to preload. Well, I wouldn't have a problem with that if they did what Capcom does with Street Fighter and like those shaders work for the rest of the game time. Listen, there's only so many more Chematrices that have been turned into a big polygon that I can fight before I'm just tired of it. I want to emphasize that Monster Hunter Wilds has been really fucking cool. As a game about an environment and everything, I think it's a really awesome thing. They kind of just failed the last mile where it was supposed to run well also. I really like the game. I just can't play it because it doesn't run well enough for me to play. Or stream, right? And so my justification for playing it is really hard. Because I need to be using that time for something else. Be nice. Maybe the text resolution sticking around would be a thing one day. They said that they're trying to do it in what's it called? By the winter update. So that's the goal that they've set. Dragon's Dogma 2. Capcom trying though. No one knows. A cop. That's fair. Personally, people are like, oh, Dragon's Dogma is just like Monster Hunter, and I'm like, no, it doesn't give me the same vibe, at least. Is that Kit going away? Good night, Kit. I'm so glad that I don't know enough about the president's tweeting patterns that I can recognize when something isn't them. Ah! 15 minutes. I have one hand done for the most part. It's hard to tell. Yeah, that's done. I like that. I look around, but see, but see. Look around, but see, I don't know. I might even just move this one frame back. Look around, but see. Look around, but see. Oh. It's just kind of skipping over it. Why is it skipping over it? I guess 2 frames is gonna be good, so I can actually see it. Look around, but see. Let me check to see if my friend is going to be walking with me or not. Only got 2 frames done, but Crazy they buy these super fast FPV drones that can literally chase cars. What? Oh, you're talking about like the Ukraine conflict, right? Okay. Let's see. I don't. There's the Spatian frame. Was that the same frame twice? Yes, it is the same frame twice, as far as I can tell. And then back to frame. Cool. Okay, so 2 more frames to finish, but see, I don't attain. And this is just holding the base frame. The neutral pose for... It looks familiar. I'll definitely have to look through this again to see what I do need and what I have left. But for now, I'll probably end stream. Thank you everyone who popped by, watched me do some animation. It is a long way to go for this, so see how it goes. Tomorrow I'll hear back from the comic thing and we'll see how it goes. Anyway, I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye bye.